My name's Eric. Welcome to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. So you did a pretty great job finding it. You should be proud of yourselves. I'm proud of you. I'm incredibly proud of you. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Happy Saturday to you. We're going to learn how to fly. So I'm watching the USC basketball game right now, but I've got a couple of chores that I want to do here this evening. So accordingly, I'm live streaming. I got stuff to do. It seems to help me be a little more on task, perhaps. The live stream. Hi, G. I've got time saved up in the basketball game, so it's probably already over. Close to it, but for me, there's still 11 minutes left in the second half. That's good coffee. Hello, Lord Slim Kai. No, I did not watch the Royal Rumble. I actually just got up not very long ago. I really had a sleepy day here. I didn't sleep super well last night because I was getting up to go pee all the time. But I did sleep during the day. I feel pretty rested now. So I think maybe the first chore we're going to do, though, today is to deal with some trash. Trash day is Monday. I'm going to take the trash up early, like tonight, so that I don't forget about it again. Yeah, I did get some much needed rest. I feel pretty normal, like pretty fully rested and ready to tackle a new day, even though it's already 5:30 in the evening. We were gonna go to Merced today and get some more little weed drinks for Rachel, but instead, oh, 10-second violation. But instead, I just slept. I got up sometime in the morning-ish for like an hour or so. That's about all the getting up I had in me at that point. But this evening we do have, like I said, a couple of tasks that need to be done, including cooking dinner and taking the trash, doing the trash. It's crazy to see that Crunchyroll has become such a big media platform that it's advertising at the USC basketball games. I remember watching Crunchyroll like over 10 years ago and it being ultra obscure. I'm cool like that. I'm ahead of the curve. They also advertise for the weed store that we go to at USC basketball games. Cookies. When we go to the weed store, anyway. Hello, show media. Meow to you as well. Oh, yeah, I still watch Crunchyroll all the time. I was watching the new season of Fate. when I did get up for a little while earlier, I watched like half of an episode of that and then went back to bed. But yeah, I'm super on top of Crunchyroll. Like, and I think the new season is excellent. This season is really good. It's got a lot of good shows that I want to watch. Some of which Rachel and I'll even watch together, like Kamen Rider, and we watched Free Run together yesterday as well. She's not as much of an anime head as I am by any means, but she also watched Fruits Basket with Carrot. What's some of the best animes to get into? Like new ones? Well, let's take a look at my watch list. See what that says. So, well, the new season of Fire Force is out this season, season 3. That's really good. Really beautifully drawn. Free Run Beyond Journey's End is a fantastic cartoon. I'm watching The Holy Grail of Eris. That's another new one this season. Roll Over and Die will fight for an ordinary life with my love and my cursed sword, I think it's called. I can't see the whole title. That's really good. Sense to Be a Hero is quite good. Oh, the new season of Jujutsu Kaisen is out. That's something I'm watching intently. I highly recommend Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider. That's an excellent, excellent show that I just can't get enough of, really. Jack of All Trades, Party of None. That's a good one. You know, it's like I was excited by the title. There was a cute girl in the hero's party, so I tried whatever the rest of the title is. But it turns out it's like purely a romance cartoon, so it's not really my cup of tea. Jack of All Trades, Party of None, Noble Reincarnation, Born Blessed to Obtain Ultimate Magic Power or something. That one's good. Then there's this one called Isekai Office Worker. The world's other books depend on the bean counter, but it's like a gay one, you know. I don't know. I'm not really able to particularly watch romantic ones, even straight romantic ones. So, Hell's Paradise new season is out. It's really good. Easygoing Territory Defense by the Optimistic Lord. I'm enjoying that one. A Gentle Noble's Vacation recommendation is another gay one, I think. Well, I haven't really watched that much of it to be sure. Tokyo Ghoul is the best anime you've ever seen? I don't think I've ever seen it. Maybe I have. Hello, Alamo City Cello. You're from San Antonio. Right. Well, like I said, there's also a straight one that's mostly romance that I'm also not liking, even though it's set in my preferred genre, you know, like swords and magic time. Hello, Too Cool for School. It was Ruben's birthday on January 28th. Well, happy birthday, Ruben. Sorry I didn't know and say happy birthday then. Happy belated birth, Tato. Now that I know, I'm sure to remember next year. Okay, so let's do a little bit of getting busy. All right. Let's get busy with some trash. Biz Tato. Let's get Biz Tato. Finally, Ruben has turned 18 years old. Welcome to adulthood, Ruben. You can vote. You can get drafted. What more do you want in life? No, thank you, beautiful. All right. You wonder why they aren't more popular? Well, most people get their trash picked up once a week. And if you get trash picked up once a week, then you probably don't need to compact your trash very much. But we get our trash picked up once every 2 weeks. And some people around here, they don't even get their trash picked up at all, because having trash service out here is a fairly recent phenomenon, I think. So when these people who built the house, when they put in a trash compactor, they were probably taking their trash to the dump themselves. If you had to take your trash to the dump yourself, well, then you really need a trash compactor. Of course, we need it extra this time because 2 weeks ago I forgot to take the trash out to the street, which is just like a nightmare when you only take your trash. They only take your trash away once every 2 weeks. All right, got another couple bags here. Put this in here. Get this one over here. Alright. Now let's get the compacted trash. Okay, I could fit a little bit more in that one. So obviously, we've got more than 2 weeks worth of trash. I don't know if trash cans to the street. Got more than that worth of trash. So some of the trash I'm going to have to try to squeeze into the next one. Compacting all this trash sounds very similar to USC's basketball program. Yeah, I only put out 4. So I'll have extra trash that I'm going to have to try to, hopefully combine into next time or go to make a dump run. There's no recycling, I compost, but there's no like county program like that. All right, what else do I need? Rachel's trash here. Let me get that.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Have you heard of this new restaurant? It's called Carmen. There's no menu. You just get what you deserve. Oh my gosh, I guess I deserve pancakes. Okay. We got another bag of trash compacting. We're going to put it into the can outside. Did I always know his needs P? Yeah, from right away. I never went through any period of mistyping myself or thinking I might be something else. Yeah, I'm compacting trash. But I'm like, hey, trash, you're taking up too much room. Alright. Now, one thing we can do. I'm only here because my FBI agent recommended it. Oh, you've got your own FBI agent. How nice. They must really care about you. Alright. Let's take this trash can up to the street. So we didn't see any UFOs last night, but we did have a nice time going out to the woods with the neighbor. Well, I think we all know what tonight is. A full moon. As full as it gets. I watched an interesting video last night on how, like, ancient peoples estimated the size of the earth using geometry and estimated it at 25,000 miles based on just this cool idea of there's this one spot like in Egypt or something. Let me get Rachel a new trash bag. There was a well that exactly on the solstice you could see the bottom of the well, and that was the only day because the sun would point directly into it, right? And so they concluded, all right, well, that means that that's a right angle. Okay, and then um, basically they went 500 miles further away and measured the angle based on this like obelisk or something. They measured that the same day the next year, got the angle for that, and then they knew the distance between those two places was 500 miles, and using that basic kind of Greek geometry stuff, they estimated it at 25,000 miles around the Earth. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty impressive. I'm impressed anyway. Well, I watched quite a few math videos last night. You think the trees in the background are plotting? I still didn't get Rachel another bag. Can't motivate to take out the trash or to play video games. All I can do is yap online. Well, welcome to the club. I'm yapping online in order to motivate to do those things. Not play games, but okay. Now I've got Rachel's other trash bag here. I will put it in.
Thank you for your SI.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Here.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I always look at the stars and think how cool it is that humans use them to navigate. Well, they certainly did use them to navigate.
I am appreciative of his hard work. That's why I'm appreciative of his SISE that he's engaging in right now. But his SI is better than mine. Keeping up with things, and you're better at that.
It depends on the day.
That's true for me too.
All right.
Is it mac and cheese time?
Yep, it sure is. It's time to make some macaroni and cheese. With a little help from the fine people at Kraft.
I want to say I also appreciate Eric's TE because I tried to make mac and cheese on my own, and the number of steps, like, really, I put the mac and cheese back because it's too much.
Seemed too hard, huh?
Yeah, it really was. It is too hard. So his demonstrative TE is really impressive.
Yeah, well, it definitely has a little bit of tea in it. For example, you gotta boil the water before you put the pasta in.
But then you also have to strain the macaroni and put it back, and then you put the cheese in, you know?
Yeah. That's true. I think of mac and cheese as being a good meal to make because it's a one potter. You don't have extra dishes to do.
Yeah. And it's good on a day like tonight. A day like tonight.
A day like tonight and a night like tomorrow.
Yeah.
They say put 6 cups of water in for your mac and cheese. I always put a little bit more than that. And here's a handy trick.
Like Eric's demonstrative TE is really, I do appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Like he's doing it right now. I mean, so like, okay, boil water. I can do that. I've done that before. Stir macaroni and cook for 7 to 8 minutes. I can do that. Drain. Do not rinse. Okay, so here's where I start to get into trouble because I don't know. We don't have an extra strainer. We have a pot that has a strainer in it.
Yeah, I always just do this part.
Yeah, and I don't know how to do it.
And I just put it fits perfectly in the brown pot. So you just put it in there and then you hold the whole thing and go like this. That's how I do it.
Oh, I don't know. You're gonna have to
I'll
show
show
me.
you when it comes time.
Yeah.
It's gotta be about 10 minutes for this water to boil first. Drain. Do not rinse. Put back in the pot.
Yeah, and then 4 is also add margarine, milk, or margarine, butter, milk, and cheese and stuff. It's not terrible. It's just like a lot of.
Right, just that you don't like to cook.
Aw.
That's fine.
I'm afraid to attempt it and do a bad job.
Alright, let's see what happens here in the rest of this basketball game. If you know, don't tell me, okay? I'm watching the USC basketball game. Message retracted. So, still anybody's game, really. It's an 11-point game here with 9 minutes left in the second half, where I am in the game. Obviously, the game's over by now, but I have time saved up. One minute, he's in the forest. The next minute, he's Gordon Ramsay Jr. making mac and cheese. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm a big fan of mac and cheese. I have been ever since I was a little kid. Oh. Did I break it? I like it hot. I like it cold. It's a good, like, you can just have a bowl of just mac and cheese, and if you put a little bit of pepper and ketchup on it, you can make it into a full hearty meal by chopping up hot dogs and putting in it. Or, as I might do tonight, Spam. Spam is quite good. Every time I use it, I'm impressed by it. I think, wow, Spam is surprisingly good. I feel lost in life. I can't think of any goals worth pursuing, yet I feel guilty for not pursuing any goals. Oh, welcome to the failure party. I'm your host, Eric, king of failure. On the plus side, you're young, Gelt, so there's plenty of time left for you to change your ways. That's a good reason not to like it. But you know, you have to get the Kraft brand mac and cheese. Soldiers introduced Spam to South Korea during the Korean War. Is it popular in Korea? Guys, did Eric play Limelight by Rush? Did I miss it? No, I didn't play that actually. I didn't play any Rush songs today. Not planning on it either. But I'm also not going to rush the macaroni and cheese that I'm cooking for dinner. Isn't that a great segue? Last night I fired up the barbecue and it felt pleasing. I'm totally on a backward sleep schedule right now. I slept all day. I'll probably stay up all night. Or quite a bit anyway, till fairly late. Maybe I still need more sleep though. I kind of look like I do. They have several flavors of Spam in South Korea. Really? Well, good for South Korea. And good for the Hormel Company, makers of Spam. You know, it doesn't really have hardly any gelatin on it anymore like it used to. Tom Petty. I didn't sing Into the Great Wide Open, but I do like that song. I think it's a good song. It's a well-written song. Tom Petty's got a number of good, well-written songs. Good little NI gems. The future was wide open. Into the great wide open. A rebel without a clue. That's a good song. His songs are timeless, yeah. Well, his hits certainly are. He's got several of them at least. He died pretty young. I think if you're gonna aim for a career arc, a good career arc, Eddie White's. Just be like successful in your preferred field all the way until you're 99 years old. You know, that would be ideal if we could all be like Betty White. She knew what she wanted, she went out and got it. And she kept getting it for 99 years. Hi, Simple Girl, nice to see you. So, you know, I'm not currently on the Betty White career arc, but I am aiming to recapture that momentum. Let's see if this is boiling yet. Not quite. Got a little bit more to go, but not much. Okay, so once that water's boiling, we're going to put in, not this box, because we've got to pull this. We'll save that for later. Thank you, Rachel. I don't know what Rachel's listening to. Got her stuff again, so give that a couple more minutes to boil. While we're waiting for that to boil, we will get out the other ingredients we need. We need half a stick of butter. A quarter cup of milk. I know this because I've made this plenty of times now. So I know the drill when it comes to macaroni and cheese.
You're saying that I don't like to cook to make me feel bad, right? Like it's not
No, I was just saying that, like, you know, maybe your relationship with instructions is why you don't like to cook.
Oh yeah, it is though. It is. It really is.
Yeah. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Of course not. There we go. Now it's boiling.
And I wouldn't want you to be like, oh, she should be cooking.
I'm not thinking that, Rachel.
Thank you.
Well, 8 minutes on the clock. I'm gonna stir that around a little bit. This stirring action prevents the pastas from getting stuck together. Okay, now we're gonna pour ourselves a quarter cup of milk, which we'll set down over here. It's not very tidy around here, but it's okay. Not the end of the world. Tidying is easy. Put a couple little things away. We're going to pour this milk like so. Then we're going to cut this butter in half. Well, they're not exactly perfect halves. I'll use this half here. That's fine. So now for this half of the butter, it can go back in the fridge. And then I'll cut this butter into smaller pieces so it melts faster. Okay. Now, I know what you're saying. I think you washed your hands before you did anything. Yeah, I should have. But I'm washing them now. You know the old saying, better late than never. Tucked away. And we've got about 4 minutes to wait. Pasta shouldn't really need any more stirring at this point. 71-55 is the score. 5 minutes left in this game. We'll see if USC can hold on to the win. I left my coffee in there. Your goal is to wake up in the morning. That's a good goal. It's an easy goal to keep in mind. It's an easy goal to successfully accomplish. But I didn't accomplish it today. I didn't wake up till like almost 5 o'clock in the evening. The fact you care about knowing you are not sure you have a goal is a step up already. There are people out there who don't really care about goals, but you clearly do. Yeah, well, it probably is a good idea to care about goals, but at the same time, not everybody is intentionally configured to do a good job of prioritizing goals. Your goal is to defy gravity. Well, you can do that actually, interestingly, at any point by falling out of a window. Because while you're in a state of free fall, you're weightless. As an inertial observer, you are the same as you would be floating in outer space in a spaceship. It's just when the Earth comes up and greets you, then you have a bit of a rude awakening about your weightlessness. Then all of a sudden you have weight again. You could also jump up into the air is another good way to. Hello, my friend. I'm Ahmad, a friend of the channel. I hope you all have a happy day. I'd like your comment on the kidnapping of Maduro, the Venezuelan president who resembles Saddam Hussein. Well, obviously, I'm not a big fan of Trump's foreign policy approach, which is rather Putin-esque, really. He wants to make Greenland his his Ukraine. Yeah, I obviously don't approve, but I also try my best to pay no attention to the news because I find the whole thing wildly depressing. Okay, let's give it another stir to make sure we don't have any problems of sticking together or sticking to the bottom of the pot. It seems to have happened a little bit. That's okay. We're doing fine like raspberry wine. You're looking into Jung, huh? You do that. He's a real laugh riot. A real barrel of monkeys. Alright, so in 40 seconds I'm going to show you the wonderful world of draining, but not rinsing, the pasta. I think you're going to really like it. Latin America is not a good environment. It's poorer and more underdeveloped than Central Africa and India. Sorry, but it's true. Okay. Why are you sorry about that? I mean, in terms of economic forces, they have a category called BRIC for a reason, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China. So Brazil certainly qualifies as an equivalent economic power to the rest of those. How do we do this, Eric? Show us the way. Okay, I'll show you the sneaky way you can do it. You just put this on top of this. And you grab the whole thing like this. And you just pour out all the water. And voila! Drained but unrinsed pasta. Then you just need to rinse this off real quick. Doesn't need to be like super clean or anything. Get some of the pasta-iness off of it. Okay. Now, let's come back over here and resume work with our pasta. So, the first thing you want to put in is the butter to take advantage of everything being hot. Because you're going to need that butter to melt. So we're going to just melt this butter away. It's spread around evenly. Okay, good enough. Doesn't really matter if you put the milk in next or the powder. But I went with the milk this time. Here's the powder. You just pour all that in, like so. Stir it all around. So you accomplish that classic radioactive orange color that you're looking for. I guess we're not doing any Spam tonight. It appears. So now all that's left is to serve into 2 bowls. Get 2 of these bowls. No capillo.
Capillo, no, yes, you're getting down, 'cause I'm on my way to you.
Alright, now this goes in the sink. Put a little soap in there. And we'll get a couple of spoons and we'll be good to go. Well, we need to put some pepper on it too. Gotta have a little bit of pepper on your mac and cheese. Now, let's take these over there. I'll need to get the ketchup now. Here we go with ketchup. Oh, and I need a beverage. It's not coffee. Let me get one of these deliciousnesses. These are so delicious. I need to send Jared some money. No, we don't put any Parmesan cheese on the macaroni and cheese. That's true.
I never thought to do that, really.
Yeah, me neither. It seemed to be maybe a little excessive cheesiness. Alright, Teabag, understood. Yeah, it's already salty. Alright, let's see here. We're up by 11. Under 2 minutes remaining. Thanks, Ipsum Lorem. That's good advice. Advice we're attempting to follow right now. Uh-oh. 9-point game with 1:25 left. Put a little ketchup in this.
Ugh.
Why am I the son of a bitch? Why does that make me a son of a bitch? I'm not Trump.
Yeah. I was wondering the same thing.
It was the bot, huh? Take your word for it. Well, as far as explaining human consciousness, if nothing else, one thing that it definitely does is provide a unit of measurement, so to speak, or it correctly says that consciousness expresses via paying attention.
Is there paper towels?
Not right here. I didn't expect this to be a messy meal.
I I find a way.
Well, I think it's important to remember that, with the exception of NI, it's not the object itself that has information in it, right? It's you're paying attention to certain kinds of information in certain ways. Like, so if I am TI Polar and I turn my attention to a legal document, I'm going to be completely unable to deal with it in that capacity as a legal document. But if I'm TI someplace else, then I'll have some capacity to deal with it according to the, the stack and the implicit constraints on non-dominant function. Well, you're still paying attention to something in some way. Too cool for school. Maybe not in the way they want you to at school. It's like there are artifacts that are, say, meant to be paid attention to with TI if you're going to pay attention to them correctly, but that doesn't mean that that's TI information. It's just an artifact in the world that is set into a structure of things that uses TI a lot. How long did it take me? Several years till I had the gist of it figured out. But again, it's not my theory, right? I make the claims about typology that one can make that are defensible based on observational consistency and other things. It's an explanation that it's like I didn't come up with the basic idea of it. I just cleaned up the mess that Jung left. Well, that's 5-point game. Tender, medium rare tri-tip is the best kind of steak. Tri-tip doesn't have hardly any fat in it. Obviously, the best kind of steak is ribeye. Oh, there's now a 3-point game. Twenty-two seconds left. SC up by 3. 75-78 is the score. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Baker Mazzara with the ball. Drives the lane. Tries a little floater. Misses. Rutgers is going to have a chance here to get a 3-pointer at the end of the game. Try to tie the game. Instead, it's over. USC wins by 3 points. Hooray! Hooray! Filet mignon or nothing. Wow, you're fancy. You're a fancy guy, huh? So you know how they've got prime beef and then they've got choice beef? What's the kind that's below choice? Just like regular. They just wanted to give your jaw a workout. That's all, Ruben. Oh, prime, select, and then choice. I didn't know there was one between prime and choice. Wow, you learn something new every day. I'm 54 years old, and I just learned today that there's something between prime and choice. I always thought it went prime, then choice. Salt and pepper does go well with beef. With a lot of things, really. It's a lot of stuff that is well combined with salt and pepper. You're gonna get fire wings tonight, huh? Well, Saturday night, so hot. Jerd's Hot Saturday Night. If my name were Jerd, that's what I would title this live stream. Order really is prime choice select. Oh, so I was right that choice is after prime. Okay. Select is regular. Rachel and I should really start doing our grocery shopping in Oakhurst. The Vons get better deals on like more groceries for the same price. Wings are so messy. It's true. Not a fan for me accordingly. I'm not a fan of them. I'd rather get chicken tenders anytime. They don't have any bones in them. Boneless wings would be okay, I guess, but they're still so saucy. Why not just graduate the chicken tenders and dip those things rather than having them tossed around in sauce in such a way that you can't pick one up without getting sauce all over you. No, Putty Cat, the way to live forever on Saturday night is not because the world's ending, but because Saturday night is never going to end. It'll get stuck at 11:59, and then it'll just stay there forever. We went up to Mr. Krabby's last night to celebrate my niece's birthday, and I was over it. Loud music, can't hear what anybody is saying, and not enough napkins close by, plus they're dry napkins. Well, I don't like it when it goes someplace where there's loud music so you can't even talk unless it's a show, I guess. And I went to see that specific band play. You would want several hot, moist towels. Would you be okay if it was hot and damp? Or does it have to be moist? Well, the USC men's team won an important game against Rutgers. Sure, it was a 3-point win, and Rutgers is not that great of a team. But we're looking to make the tournament. Yeah, damn. And this win might make a big difference in whether or not we get in or not. I said or not already, but excuse the redundancy. Which chicken wings do people prefer? Fists or drums? What does that say? You must not say fists. Flats? I've never heard of chicken wings having an option between flats and drums. I will check it out at some point, Gil. You have sung their praises adequately a number of times. If I come across one, Rachel and I will go there. That's why everybody should go for tenders. They don't have any bones in them. They're just better that way. Why should I have to do the work of dealing with the bones? Shouldn't somebody have already done that work before I bought the chicken? Seems to me that those kind of like wings things are just ways for restaurateurs to get away without doing their job. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. While I go to the bathroom, as usual, you guys get to look at the cat. This time you get to look at this cat. Okay, I'm back. That's just one of our cats. I was pleased that last night, I guess it was, we actually got Kapia to sit on the chair over there. It's like I'm always encouraging her to sit on the chair over there, but she often does not. Okay, now what I'm going to do is see if I think is the hockey game come on at 7? Oh, it was already on at 1 o'clock. Okay, I'll push play on this. I'll have this in the background. You know, the San Jose Sharks are doing quite well this year. Really, I mean, not fantastic, I guess, but they have a winning record. I haven't seen today's game, so I'll put it on here. Which type best eats wings? That's a tough question to answer. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't count ESTJ out of the mix there. They're good at all kinds of things. I guess you mean what does it mean to be good at it, I guess. If not being bothered at all by the mess is part of being good at it, then I guess we'd eliminate the SI types, but if you're trying to factor in like which type is best at eating it and either not making a mess or cleaning themselves at the right moments and stuff, you might want to include ESTJ in the mix. I need to grind more weed. Rachel could probably use some more joints too.
I love you.
Oh, you got another jar of weed up? Cool.
I didn't see that bag over there.
What happens when wife is ESTJ, and how does this husband survive this? Well, Rachel would know well about that. Her mom's an ESTJ and her dad's an INFP.
True that, yeah.
And they eventually got divorced.
Yeah. Showing that's just a good example of how just because they're duals doesn't mean that they're, it's meant to last forever. I want us to last forever. I've always just wanted to get married once.
Well, that's all you're gonna get married. I mean, maybe if I die, you might get remarried afterwards.
Oh my god! That's not.
I'm not planning on dying.
You're not dying. Like, no. You're death proof.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Why do ESTJs get so much dislike going in the community? Well, they can be with FE8 and TE Dom, SI Tool. They're very much like, I know best how you should be dealing with your shit. So, in that regard,
San Jose is actually very impressive.
I know we just scored. Yeah, they're an important type in everybody's life, but they're also a type that can kind of be especially prone to projecting their frame of reference. I mean, everybody is, but that frame of reference is going to be grading on more people when projected. So it's like I respect ESTJs a lot in the sense that I respect what they can do and how good they are at accomplishing things, and I feel a little bit jealous, really, but I also recognize that ESG. I think STJs in general may be prone to um, depression, and they struggle with their deficits just like everybody does. Being an ENTJ would be great in some sense, I guess, but it's natural for people to value what they value, and it's like we like to imagine ourselves having strengths in our deficit areas, but we don't necessarily we aren't necessarily thinking about how those new deficit areas that are implied would be challenging. INTJ would be a good type to be. Like if I had to pick an NT type that seems the best choice, I'd say INTJ probably more than ENTJ because ENTJs they kind of I get the sense that they get to the end of their life and they're like, "Oops, I forgot to pay attention to anything in the moment while it's happening. Like I didn't have any experiences."
This woman who I think she's a dentist. I think she's an ENTJ because she has a mouth care system. So her TE is using the system with steps in order for you to like get rid of gum disease and like grow back your gums or um, just like overall oral health, but it's in like a system that she has so that you don't have to go to the dentist. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it just sounds so ENTJ to me.
Well, you seem to be quite systemic
Uh,
about your dental stuff of late.
hmm I'm enjoying it. It's been working. My gums have been, they're a nice pink color. Uh, it's, I don't have all the products that she just suggested. I have some of them, but, I'm enjoying the gum. I've been enjoying it. It's an easy system to follow
Hmm.
for me. I don't know if I'll keep up with it. I think if it keeps me from going to the dentist, then like yeah, I'm for it.
Ipsum lorem, you are absolutely not wrong about that. ISTJs can be complete lifesavers, as is happening now with Cameron.
Yeah.
It looks like the total here will be something like 2 grand, probably a little bit less, maybe. Rachel, how many root canals have you had?
I've not had any root canals.
Wow, impressive.
Yeah. I know that it's true that you can brush twice a day and floss every day and still need a dentist, but like I'm trying to like better my I don't want gingivitis. Like that's what the um I don't want to go in for cleanings. And she's also said like her system, if you use it, it could help with cavities too. So I'm just looking for to minimize. I don't want to go to the fucking dentist. Okay, like I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
That's great. I love your dedication.
Thank
there.
you.
I think
Thanks.
it's wonderful and will ultimately be a good way to avoid unpleasant experiences and expensive things.
And I do want to go on walks and stuff, but like, do you think that it's okay that we start maybe going up and down the block instead of around?
Oh, yeah, sure. My dentist says only brush the ones you want to keep.
It's funny.
Yeah. I think with dental stuff is an example of how preventative healthcare stuff actually is a good idea. It's one area where it's a good idea. In general, most of that preventative stuff is, well, things might be advisable, but it's more about like abstaining from certain things. I guess exercise is a good investment as well. Yeah, I floss a lot more than I brush actually. I floss pretty much all the time. I saw some video that said this one guy had no MBTI type. Yeah, well, people like to say those sort of things. Or that they're a mix between two types, or that they're
The type changes.
ambivert or something.
Yeah.
That's not real. It's just people playing imagination time with nonsense.
I used to believe in ambivert before I understood the cognitive functions.
Yeah, I mean, it's and the people who do believe those things, it's not necessarily their fault. They're getting information from somewhere, and uh, you know, not everybody's equipped to evaluate the legitimacy of all claims. So it's understandable that they're going to use some kind of heuristic instead. That the person says it in the right tone or with an authoritative manner or has the right credentials or something. Something that's adjacent to but not directly relevant to competency.
Oh, I wanted to let you know I might be getting a big box tomorrow that we might have to put in the compactor because I ordered a laundry basket.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't take it anymore. Like I look at the
That laundry basket doesn't work or what?
no, like a laundry basket where it can like take it from one room into another.
Oh, I see that kind of laundry
Yeah.
basket.
Yeah.
I like to brush, floss, tongue scrape, swish with hydrogen peroxide water mixture.
Yeah, this is why I think the woman is an ENTJ because like she's totally like that too. Rubinar. Like she has like SI polar like techniques on how to like keep your mouth healthy. I like it. Of course, I'm looking to not go to the dentist, so.
Isn't ENTJ your supervisor?
So.
Makes sense then that you respect what they say.
Yeah. Yeah, and she does that too, exactly, Rubinar. Like, she condenses it with her NI tool.
Oh, Capilla, what are you doing?
I'm just explaining to my mom how the cats always want you to pet them, and I want to share. I want them to come to me too. Oh yeah, my mom said maybe put her in my lap. Well, she's not going to. Trouble might.
She might. Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's try.
You can just start by putting her here.
Oh. She's just like, no.
Rejection. I really know what it's like.
Well, earlier I was sleeping and Capilla scratch, scratch, scratch. I let her in and closed the door. And then a little while later I hear scratch, scratch from Trouble. But I was just like, no.
You know, he was crying.
One cat is enough. Thank you.
You're the cat man.
Yeah, I can handle it when they come to me one at a time. But when I have both of them coming around me, it seems like Capilla's trying to sit here and Trouble trying to sit on my feet. It's like, okay, you cats need to get the fuck away from me. We got all this space where you could be, and you're all right up on my shit.
I want some of that. Give me some of that. Like let's use like the temperance card and like balance some of that energy.
Good spotting the overlap there. I noticed the same with most E and XJs, though I think E and TJs usually way more efficient, whereas E and FJ are fixated on the correct way. Because they love you. Yeah, well, they do love me. I love them too, but they don't, like, you have to set boundaries or they just
You
get
do.
forever even more and more like that.
Do you want to be that guy too?
No. I want the cats to spread their love
Yeah,
evenly
yeah.
between me and Rachel, so that I don't have to have quite so much of it.
It would be nice. That's ideal.
But I do love them very much, obviously.
We both love them very much.
Yeah. It's like when there's a cat right here, she's in the way of everything I do with my right hand over here. But that's where she wants to sit.
Yeah.
So the Sharks are still up 1-0, but Calgary has had their opportunities for sure. It's a pretty even hockey game so far. 7 shots for the Flames, 6 shots for the Sharks. Have any of y'all caught AI ever being rude or anything?
Oh, sure. Definitely. I've said it back. You're being rude. Or that's a rude question. But it's not often.
I use the only AI that I am particularly accustomed to using is the AI answers to questions I Google, which I am generally pretty pleased with. I think they do a pretty good job of both summarizing stuff and citing it, like where they got it from. You caught AI being racist once about Welsh people? You're as dirty as a Welshman. It's funny. I watched. I mean, I haven't watched it in a little while because I kind of exhausted his content, and he doesn't make new videos all that often. But there's this channel called Cambrian Chronicles, which is all about the history of Wales. Like, between like 500 and 1100 AD, like those kind of times. Not rude, but I've read its thoughts, and it's like we're dealing with a neurodivergent individual, so we need to adapt our approach. And you're like, hey, I'm neuroregular. Well, we do have another trash can to take up to the street. I'm thinking.
Oh, do you mind taking the trash out of the bathroom?
No, but I don't really have anywhere to put it, but
okay.
I will start a new contractor's bag. I need to have a second contractor's bag to wrap up this one that I have that I discovered was leaking in the garage, much to my annoyance, because it's like it's regular bags inside of a contractor's bag. How is this thing leaking from the bottom?
Yeah, really.
But it is, so we'll have to put it in another contractor's bag. I just want to get all the cans to the street a night early, because we cannot. Why are there so many trash bags? Because 2 weeks ago, we get our trash picked up every 2 weeks, but 2 weeks ago I forgot to take the trash up to the street. So we've got like a month's worth of trash gathered around here.
Oh no! So you, with the contractor's bag, if you want them, we'll take them too?
No, I'm just gonna put the 4 trash cans up.
Okay.
Maybe not that we're allowed. Alright. So we've got another trash can over here that we can get. I'm going to start with this one. I asked it to do an impression of Donald Trump and it said it can't perform hate speech. Then I asked it to do an impression of Joe Biden and it did it. Well, there's a little bit of a TI problem there, isn't there? Yeah, this is full. Okay. Whoa, don't fall over. There, you can look at the light. Let's go see about this. This one has a little bit of room in it. I could put the bathroom trash in this. Yeah, this has some more room in it. Okay, well that's good. Now let's go see what trash can we're talking about. We're talking about the bedroom trash can or the bathroom trash can in here.
I'm sorry. You talking to me?
Yeah, which trash can did you want me to get?
The one in the bathroom?
In the bedroom bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think we really are going to get much benefit from compacting this one, so we'll just put this directly into the trash. It's already pretty small, it's not going to compact much more. And no, I don't really like messing with the trash. I just do feel a need to get this trash stuff accomplished in advance this time, so that there's no chance that I accidentally forget about it again. Let me see if I can get my trash into that can as well. Be another small bag of trash, so I think I can fit this one in there too. And take that up to the street. And then we're really cooking with trash biscuits. I started using AI in 2024 because someone told me I reminded them of AI. I realized AI is better than humans and has an EQ and IQ that's higher than humans. Well, I guess both those things are true from a interfacer perspective, like from the perspective of a human interacting with one. you're going to have a better experience on both grounds, or at least you're going to have a less negative experience, less likely to have a negative experience on either ground than you are with dealing with an average person. But of course, you're only dealing with AI for certain reasons, and those things don't like our experience of those things doesn't represent the same kind of cognitive event that it does when you're engaging with another human being in actuality, it just maybe feels like that. AI is like a sportscaster, always meat rating and glazing the topic at hand to keep you interested. I mean, I don't find that's the case. I think it gives me as much detail in my response as I want. People call other people AI because they're using it as an insult. Is it like the new NPC? Um, I guess I'm ready to take that can up to the street now. I think so. I had a similar experience too. I only dated for 2 weeks. Told me I was dating him. While I was dating him, he believes I was an AI and not a human being. Well, was the uh, was the implication there that he preferred a human being, or was he singing your virtues? I'm like, great, time to be an alchemist and flip that insult into gold. For some reason, alchemy is about turning specifically lead into gold. I wonder why it doesn't try to turn other things into gold besides lead. Have you noticed that Google AI voice is sometimes female and sometimes male? I never have it on voice. It's always text for me. Like, I mean, maybe actually in the car if I'm driving, I might. It seems like it's female now that I think about it. On my phone, it'll sometimes read it out loud to me, but on the computer, it's always just text. Wow, that was a long time ago, huh? Well, it's some more. I'm a more evolved person than I was back then. You know, I understand typology better and the world better, human beings better, myself better. Mostly resulting in sadness and sorrow on my end, but yeah, I. It's hard for me to watch myself even like 6 years ago, let alone 10. Uh-oh, Calgary scored. Tie game now. Calgary Flames. Wonder why they call themselves that. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So it looks like we're gonna get this Delilah's car thing for in all, not including the registration of it, I guess, but we're gonna get it figured out here for under $2,000, which is pretty good for a car. Sorry to have left you without a cat to look at. What does artificial really mean? Well, like that it, in this case, it means that it's an example of something that's imitating something rather than so like it's a simulation basically. It's a simulation of human intelligence or certain parts of human intelligence in isolated bits, be it like chat, image generation, audio generation. The point is that even though AI might make an image that looks like something a human would generate, they don't do it in the same way. I'm glad to hear it, if so long. Thank you for saying so. I'd like to think that I'm not necessarily a ton more right than I used to be, although 10 years ago was a long time, but I am less insufferable probably. I'm less angry in general, more emotionally aware just because of my own emotional fragilities. It's SI overcoming like FI polar, learning things despite it being a blind spot. Although, you can only learn so much. Well, thanks, Ipsum. That's one reason why I like INFJs. Or very well suited types. I love myself, thank God I'm alive. I told myself that when I want to engage in negative self-talk, I should say that instead. I love myself, thank God I'm alive, when I feel like saying the opposite thing. Right. It's in this case, artificial refers to the fact that like there's one half of it that we're not caring about. We're not caring about imitating the processes. We're caring about imitating the result only. So even though a large language model thing that they use is not the same way that humans come up with sentences. In other words, we don't predict what word's going to come next and so forth. It functions well on this half of it, right? If you compare it against results only, or imitating the thing that it's supposed to look like, then great. If you're caring about it, imitating the processes by which it gets there, then it's not the same at all. All right, this one's ready to go to the street. Let's take it up there. I love yourself. I'm glad you're alive. Thanks, Rachel. I love you too. I'm glad you're alive. All right, here I go. Okay. There's one more trash can that's going to have to go up to the street before we call it a night. As far as the trash goes. We could do that right now. We could take a break and come back to it. Let's take a break and come back to it so we have something else to do later, you know. Once on Personality Database, a random stranger messaged me who don't even know what I look like, asked if I would marry a military officer. That's strange. I spoke to a bunch of reefer and just thinking about the concept of artificial. It's a good word. Yeah, it's a good word. Like an artificial limb. It's not made out of meat and bones and stuff. It's only a limb in its utility. That'd be an interesting definition of artificial. It would only work really in some context, probably, but to say that something is equivalent in utility but not in identity. That's a good definition for artificial, right? He likes trash time, excuse to walk. Yeah, that's not all untrue. Looks like there's a fight in the hockey game. Descharnay is getting a big hug from the referee. Certainly a possibility. Don't worry, I'm just a troll, not a stalker. Yeah. Wow. In this game, it's been a hockey game heretofore. Oh, here she is. Here she is. Kitty from Baltimore. She may have been born here in California, but in her heart, she's from Baltimore. Huh, Kitty? You like the Orioles and soft shell crabs. If I don't pet her for a minute, then she'll turn this way and bring her head closer to me.
Meow. You don't like it. Yes, she is a seafood lover. She likes tuna a lot. Tuna juice especially. Both the cats really like tuna juice. Which is good because before I ever use tuna, I always juice it. I squeeze all the juice out of it. Otherwise it tastes gross and excessively tuna-y. 2-minute minor. Another 2-minute minor. 2 fouls on the play. I got a son in hockey and they fight even at 12 years old. It's a great sport. Teaches Bushido. Honestly, the fighting has rules of honor. I could live on soft shell crabs if they weren't so expensive and seasonal. Well, I have only had them one time, and it was when I was in Baltimore. That's why I think of Baltimore as being associated with soft shell crabs. They are, though.
Yeah, so I had them when I was there.
When were you there?
When I was 14.
Oh.
It's going to freeze again tonight, so I just ran outside to make sure the faucets are dripping a little bit. I am awake. You are awake and alive. I never see them available here in California at all, so I'm guessing they must be a East Coast thing.
What?
Soft shell crabs.
Oh yeah,
I don't
I
think
think
they.
it is.
I just don't think they grow out here
Mhm.
in the Pacific Ocean.
No.
Fried on Kaiser roll with lettuce and tomato. Well, yeah, I assume if I lived in like Maine or something, I'd also get lobster rolls. I never see any place have lobster rolls available for sale around here either. I'm guessing that they're expensive even in Maine.
You get them on the Jersey Shore.
Oh yeah,
Mhm. Pretty good.
I don't know what California has that you can't get other places though. Like we don't really have any special thing I can think of like that. Lobster rolls on East Coast year round. Huh. Yeah, they don't really have those in California. You just never really see those for sale. You'll sometimes get meow with lobster in it or something, but like, usually only if you go to a fancy restaurant. My ESFJ sister-in-law sent my dad cookies to his office on his birthday, and he sent the person back saying they weren't his. Your voice trills off. That way, your voice trills off when you speak. They had to tell him, yes, they are. It's a gift. That's fantastic. It makes me think I should learn when Cameron's birthday is. I don't know when his birthday is.
Happy belated birthday, Ruben.
Yeah, happy belated birthday. I should have possibly remembered your birthday because I knew it was some around the same time as Rachel. That's why I think he's NI polar sometimes. Do y'all ever have stories you all think people may not believe actually happened to you, but it did? Uh, not really. Not really. I haven't had too many unbelievable things happen to me. But I guess people might not believe like how successful I was as a coach because I was very successful, so they might be skeptical of that or something for a number of possible reasons. They might think I was competing against weak competition, or they might think that the amount of success I had was actually consistent with a normal coach or something. I don't know. People might not believe that, but I got receipts if need be, you know. But you know, it's also not the case that it's something. It's not like it may come up periodically in like justifying myself or explaining why I'm good at something, but the details of it, the specifics, almost never come up. So it's not. It doesn't really matter. I don't have a lot of my self concept tied up in the fact that I was successful. I may have more of my self concept tied up in the fact that I implicitly have this set of skills that I have because of my previous experience. Yeah, well, like the things that make me feel good about myself or hate myself don't link very much at all to past accomplishments. That's what I mean by that. Self worth is maybe a better term in that regard. Like, it would be kind of nice if I did have more of my self worth tied up with stuff from the past because then I would feel better about myself based on things that wouldn't change. Because the past doesn't change. But I don't have that kind of relationship with the past. The past is like it's some happened to somebody else for me. I'm not sure how it is for ENTP. I mean, I have a lot of trouble applying the knowledge that the Eric who made mistakes in the past was a a juvenile form of Eric that hadn't learned from those mistakes, and treat I nevertheless treat the mistakes as though it were I who made them, and that can be a bit of a challenge. In some sense, I'm being unfair to myself, like holding every incarnation of myself to the standards set by the wisest, most current incarnation of myself is a good recipe for self-loathing, right? AI says the three best feelings a human has is orgasm, sneezing, and bowel movements. Hmm. What about self-satisfaction? You had the best lunches. Mostly I bought school lunch. My parents didn't actually pack a lot of lunches for me. My mom was ISFJ, but I didn't like having a packed lunch. I didn't like having a thing to keep track of, for one thing. I was always so disorganized. My my poor parents dealing with the intuitive retardation of Eric, and they're both so like on top of their shit all the time. And they didn't have any good explanation as to why I was the way I was. I think my dad blamed his own parenting for the way I was until the day he died, even though he couldn't have done anything any better, would have made any difference. And the big problem with the world, but it's an unavoidable reality, is that the world rewards attainment in different attentional strategies differently. So TE and SE are both rewarded well, respected, considered marks of good character, having good work ethic, etc. And expert intuition may be sort of lionized in reference in certain stories, but in actuality, it's not rewarded very much. Most of my ISFJ experiences are with nurses, and yes, they are barely beyond measure. Kind, empathetic souls enduring much pain patiently. Some nurses are super freaky, though. She's super freaky. Well, should we take the last trash up? Let's do it and sort of be done. We still won't really quite be done with trash because I've got this other trash I've got to re-bag because it's leaking. Okay, let's open the garage door. Coronas are so good. What? Oh, there it is. Okay. For a second, I was like, where's the other trash gone? I might be able to fit one more little trash into this trash can, actually. Let me go see about the middle bathroom's trash can. 2-1 San Jose. The Sharks have retaken the lead here in this hockey game. This is the perfect small trash to put into the remaining space in the trash can. And I gotta replace a couple of trash bags into empty trash cans. Both bathrooms. We do have a full moon tonight, so I should be able to see pretty okay when I get up to the street. Okay, so I finished here with 4 trash cans out of the street and 2 black contractor bags full of trash that I am saving for a rainy day when I need trash. But what that tells us is that if I'm smart about compacting everything and so forth, that I can probably avoid a dump run. In other words, technically, I only need trash service once every 3 weeks. Okay, I need to get trash bags for a few trash cans now. Playing trash. You know what, I could just pay Cameron directly and then hope the level. That's certainly a possibility. Okay, I need 3 trash bags, not 1. Okay. First trash bag, let's come over here. Put it in this trash can. Typology is BS. Yes, it is. It's complete garbage. There might be something to certain physicalities linking more commonly to certain certain types, but it's not an acceptable way to type anybody because you can't defend your claims. You're predicated on such typing approaches. It doesn't link to any explanation that makes sense. It, at best, could even conceivably ever be observationally correct, but if that were the case, they'd have to have determined that by checking against something that is correct, like real typing. Okay, that's 2 cans. Here's our 3rd can. Okay. And here's a little bonus kitty for you. Meow. Yes, Daddy loves you. Meow. What a good kitty. Yeah, she's a good, pretty kitty.
Is she bred?
Yeah.
I was gonna. You think she'll let me hang out with her?
I think so, yeah. I think they tried to call Eric an ISTJ or ESTJ. They cannot be serious. Yeah, well, they may be serious or maybe not, or maybe they're just trying to shit on me. You never know. Let me put this ketchup back. So here in the second period, the Sharks are up 2-1. Close this now. Just one more trash thing to do.
If do you think I'll have time to take a shower in the morning before we go?
Yeah, it's possible too that we might go on Monday when we already are heading to town anyway.
Oh yeah.
Remember,
Okay.
that was the
all
original
right.
plan.
Let's do that.
Let's try to do that plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, it's just one more day. We might as well just wait it up. Which reminds me, I need to send Jared some money for the car for the next few days of me. Let me send him $100. It's a lot cheaper than the other car rental, but it's still gets expensive, you know. Oh, I know what that is. I should cancel that. Monday, Tuesday. Okay. Good. Oh, don't even ask, simple girl. Oh, the Mini Cooper is not running and proved to be a money pit. when I tried to get it fixed. Yeah, well, we like the Mini Cooper too, but we sunk a bunch of money into repairing that we shouldn't have done because I did a poor job of being realistic about what a different car would cost, etc. And it's just been this torturous ordeal beyond all measure. It's lasted since the beginning of December. Yeah, it's thanks to high heaven. It is, as Gyalt might say, a foul miasma. I did a Voltology analysis. They got it badly wrong, but I could see through them in feigned ignorance. It was eliminating Voltology collapsed before my eyes. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, whatever claims they make, they can't justify them by anything other than their observations and unsubstantiatable claims of a link that may or may not exist, you know?
I'm gonna take my shower tonight and just hang out with you while it dries.
All right. Sounds
We don't
good.
have
Yeah,
anything.
yeah, do your thing. No, I don't think that happens. Our cat, one of the cats, does sleep on the bed with us, but not all the time. She's in there right now. The other cat no longer sleeps on the bed with us because he learned to accept that he's not allowed to sleep up there with us because Capito's like polite and she'll try to occupy a little space at the end of the bed. Trouble wants to like get between us and then start lying diagonally, and it's way too disruptive for Rachel and me to sleep that way. So, um, he doesn't sleep on the bed anymore. Is that a goal? Yeah. The Flames scored again. Why are the Calgary Flames called the Calgary Flames? Is it some kind of Olympics thing? Well, I don't feel too bad for Trouble because, you know, he's got plenty of other places to sleep. Sometimes he'll sleep on the floor in the bedroom, but often he'll sleep out here these days. I didn't consciously deceive them, but basically it was the pretty people in the view and manners got the good types, and everyone else got the mudbloods. Very eugenics, like yeah, IMHO. Yeah, well, was it some kind of group typing? He does have a pretty good for being an old alley cat. Yeah, he does. He often climbs up and sits on my lap these days too. So he gets plenty of time and attention. Plus, I watch him eat. He's a pretty happy boy. In a lot of ways, he seems, well, like Capito seems very content in life. Happy, fulfilled, satisfied. Trouble has more like range of emotions going on. He can seem quite delighted, like, aha, I'm sitting here right where I want to be, way, and you're right here, and I'm controlling you, and that makes me very happy. You can tell his tail curls a whole bunch when he's happy. I like to let them lay out the case without adding to my objections. Then I can assess it as a whole and ask about inconsistencies in the whole. That's a good strategy. It's a strategy I could learn from more in general. Like give people more rope to hang themselves, make their case before you start asking for clarifications and stuff. Good advice in general. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to drink Rachel's 7-Up here. And then at least conceivably we could go outside and do the last bit of trash doing that I need to do. Yeah. Your cat is declawed, but it's adopted, but I think it probably needs those. Yeah, I'm sure it does need those, but some horrible people did that to them. If you're in the stream, straight to the moon. I'm not in the stream right now. I told them that if Voltology were true, they'd be ushering in horrors as video analytics would be used to manipulate mankind. They didn't take kindly to that. Well, no, they don't call it that, Pussycat. They don't call it that. I don't think such a thing exists. Calgary Flames are certainly putting a lot of pressure on the Sharks. Yeah, obviously, it's horrible. Let's stop talking about it. It makes me sad to even think about such things. Don't talk about sad stuff unless you have to. Don't think about sad things if you can't. Avoid thinking anything that makes you feel bad. Okay. It's just an ordinary day in the neighborhood, I guess. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. Could go do that last trash thing, but I don't know. You know, sometimes life is hard. And you read sad things in the chat. Yeah, I haven't seen Winston's mom in a little bit either. I don't know what's going on. You know? Hopefully it's just, if I do the garbage right now, well, I mean, that's a tough offer to refuse, but it seems to me like right now is already passed. Okay, I don't need to hear that either, G. These sad things are horrible. Embrace the sad and process and let it flow through you. That's my view anyway. Yeah, well, that's good advice, but you know, I don't do a great job of sitting with my feelings. Hi, Mr. Warcrime. So now you're gonna make me. As you saying, if I don't do it right now, you're gonna tip me $3. Now you're gonna make me do it for FE reasons. Okay, thank you, Ruben. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature. All right. Here's the rub. If you haven't already hit the buttons, what are you doing? I'm out here losing $5,000 for you. The least you can do is hit the buttons. That's what Bretsky would say. All right, here's the rub. I've got a black contractor's bag. I should first clean this up. Let me clean this first. There, that wasn't so bad. Oh, I remember what I was going to title this stream. I couldn't remember what I was going to title it when I started it. What I was going to title it was, Let's Get Parasocial Plus. There we go. Now I've got this bag that was leaking is no longer leaking. Put it over here, and then when the trash gets picked up, I will put those black bags into 2 of the trash cans and try to get through the next 2 weeks using just 2 trash cans. That'll be my big plan. It's a pretty good plan, and I should get 5 points for having that plan. Okay. Well, we've really accomplished a lot today, haven't we? Yes, we sure have. Anybody would be proud of us. Even your mom. She's pretty miserly in her praise, your mom is. You have a dark painting in your house for that reason. It acts as a sink for pain. Huh. Well, maybe this is my pain sink over here. Growing pains. Yeah, it's a silly idea, obviously. I mean, they probably just have to add something like you have to report your mileage when you register your car every year or something. They probably just kind of mix it in with DMV stuff. The federal government might well have a problem with that tax in the sense of it would seem to be a constraint on interstate commerce in a way the federal government might well object to its constitutionality, by which I mean the Justice Department or somebody individually affected could sue in federal court on those grounds. It would seem to me. Because if you're like a truck driver who's based in California but does interstate stuff, then they're taxing you for miles you drove outside of the state. You know? It's into Good Night, Charlie. They tax about every damn thing. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, Putty Cat, you're really invested in certain right-wing narratives, so that's obviously more of a problem than anything, is being all invested in those kind of narratives. They get taxed by the state for driving in different states, but my point is, can California tax you for miles you drove outside of the state of California? You know? Like, does having a car registered in California allow California to tax any behavior in that car regardless of where that behavior occurs? That seems unlikely to me. I blame all this on corporations. Like, for example, if California has a certain tax on cigarettes, and I go buy cigarettes in a different state and come back to California, California can't expect to receive taxes on those cigarettes, right? Because the state where I bought them gets to charge those taxes. Never a fan of talk radio? Well, that's good. I'm not a fan of talk radio either. I am talk radio. Right. I wouldn't think that California can tax its citizens for cigarettes they buy in another state. Why should it be able to tax citizens for miles they drive in another state? And how are they going to know where those miles are driven? I'd like to be as popular as Rush Limbaugh, but I don't want to be as polemic as he. Did I use that correctly? Let me look it up. Polemic. A speech or piece of writing expressing a strongly critical attack or controversial opinion about something or someone. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of like yeah. I was gonna say it's kind of like polarizing, but it's not really the same meaning at all. But something that is a polemic might be more likely to be polarizing. I am neither. I just want the country to do well for the people. That's a good thing to want. Those are noble goals. Somebody lost some gear on the ice there. Rush Limbaugh was a pill popper. Makes him okay in my book. Fair enough, Teabag. That's a good standard to have. Hey, Steve Billings is back. Hi, Steve Billings. How's it going on your panel show? I just hope that, Trump's obviously like, well, Putin got to invade Ukraine. What do I get to invade? I debate both sides. Well, I do evaluate both sides correctly, Uh, it's conceivable someday I could do that, but not tomorrow night. I'm on, I'm, I guess you might call I'm on rested week, you should say. Not really on sleepy week anymore. I've gotten a fair amount of rest, but I'm also not on Adderall week. I should get my Adderall again the following Monday, I believe. Yeah, Monday the 9th. That's when I get my Adderall. It's coming up pretty quick, really. I think Trump likes Putin more than we know. yeah. So, I did get a lot of sleep today, but I still feel, in some sense, kind of tired. Rachel and I were talking about going to Merced today, but I ended up sleeping all day. Then we were talking about going to Merced maybe tomorrow, but we've kind of pushed it back till Monday. No, Putty Cat, I didn't get too much sleep. That's not the case. I didn't sleep particularly well last night. I had to get up too often, you know. Hopefully I'll sleep a little better tonight. But I needed the sleep because I'm still ultimately catching up on sleep from the Adderall time. You know, every hour you lose of sleep, you've got to catch it up. Otherwise, you run the risk of you just run a sleep deficit, and it continues to impact you indefinitely until you get over it. Does anyone want any tacos without meat inside it? That's just tortillas. Too cool for school. That's just called tortillas. What's going on here? What? Rachel's Spotify is taking over my TV. God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know what that was all about. Rachel, I guess, either her Spotify or maybe the neighbor's Spotify, like, took over the TV for a second. It doesn't sound like what Rachel's listening to, so it must be like the neighbor's Spotify or something. Yeah, well, it, hopefully not a strike. Hopefully at worst it's just a copyright claim, in which case that's fine. Tacos without meat inside them have vegetables inside the shell. They're good for you. I was saying ba 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 right now, trying to talk over it so it doesn't get demonetized. Well, you know, I think probably Jared uh, was using Spotify next door and it took over my TV. That's my guess. Since Rachel's listening to something that's not that at all. Yeah, I won't get a copyright strike for that. No, Jared from next door. Yeah, it does sound like Jared kind of music. He's a nice guy. You wouldn't like that? I don't like it. It's happened before, things like that, where somebody gets, you know, is what they're displaying ends up on the TV and stuff. It's not my favorite, but well, they're just taking control of what displays on the TV. It's not like they've got access to my devices or something. One of the problems I have is this also occurs if I forget to turn the TV off and it goes to its like sleep screen thing. Is that I typically have the volume up fairly high on the TV because I can adjust it on the computer and stuff in a couple different ways. So I don't worry too much about being hacked per se, but I do worry about blowing out the speakers on the TV because then when the TV comes on, the speakers are high enough so that I can always uh, get adequate volume for even low volume things, right? It looks like it's the second intermission. 2-2 is the score here in the hockey game. We'll go ahead and fast forward to period 3. Rachel right now is listening to Saint Motel, Just My Type. When they're in the air, meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Very expensive taste. Just My Type, that song, they use it as the going to commercial song in football games a lot. I noticed in one of the recent NFL playoff games. They used it during the Super Bowl last year, I think, as well. It's the part of the song that's like the horns that goes. Winston's mom, you're here. It's amazing. We all thought you'd gone away. Yes, people asked about you. Where's Winston's mom? People said. So I don't know. No, I'm not looking forward to Bad Bunny's performance at the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm watching the hockey game right now. Yes, the hockey game's over, but I don't know what happened. Right now, I'm in the third period. I've invested 2 full periods of hockey into this game. It's 2-2, the score. Ooh, San Jose gets a nice shot opportunity there, but it's saved by the Calgary goalkeeper. Oh, they're going to call a penalty on that, I bet. No, they didn't. Good. R.I.P. Lamont Sanford. Who's Lamont Sanford? Let me see. I'll Google it. You know who died recently is the mom from Beetlejuice. Oh, that guy died, huh? When did he die? Like yesterday? R.I.P. Lamont Sanford. And who's that lady who died? What's her name? Let's see. There's her. Catherine O'Hara. Catherine O'Hara. Just 71 years old. She had some kind of a heart condition, apparently. So, R.I.P. Catherine O'Hara. I think you did fine work. So Winston's mom is sick. Is that what I'm gleaning from the comments here? This is such a good song. Eric started with Catherine. Oh, that's right. She was in Home Alone too. Right. She was the mom in Home Alone. I think she did a good job in that movie. Oh, this is the Baby No Money song. That's right. It took me a second to place it. Like, what exactly is this song? Yeah, it's a good Baby No Money song. I'm very impressed with this track. And I'm not worried about getting copyrighted by Baby No Money either. He made some public statement about how people who want to like do a little thing with his music on YouTube should feel free, unless it's this thing, that, those things, or whatever. He doesn't cover or claim people, so that's kind of nice to know. You can make shit with Baby No Money music as long as it's not. As long as it's not stuff he made with somebody else. It's basically the rule. So, you can't use this stuff he does with Young Gravy, or can't use his most popular song, Edamame, because that's with Rich Brian. So I'm not too worried about Baby No Money busting me for that song, because that's all him. Yeah, well, a lot of people do treat personality type like that. Too cool for school. And you know what I say? You can be whatever type you want. Whatever type you can dream, you can be. Never let go of your dreams. Always aim for the stars. That way you'll fall on the moon. Make sure you packed accordingly, because you're going to have to live on the moon from now on. No teabag a regular star in the sky. Don't forget a towel. It's good advice. I had a dream earlier where, I can't scroll up and see it. I missed that. That's the beauty of having an active chat. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Well, right, Putty Cat. Make sure when you do aim for the stars, you aim so that if you miss the stars, you land on the moon. Of course, if you hit the stars, you've got a new problem. The thing is, people think of falling onto the moon as being softer than falling onto Earth because the gravity is less, right? But actually, it it's only softer up to a point, at which point it gets harder because terminal velocity on the moon is higher because there's less atmosphere. So keep that in mind when planning your moon falling, you know. If you're falling from 10 or 20 feet, okay, well, then the gravity part might be determinant on the issue. But if you're falling from high up, then you might get more injured, not less. Well, Pretty Cat, they'll probably at most see one of them. But it is a full moon tonight. We got a nice big round moon providing plenty of light. Oh, Calgary scored. Now the Sharks are going to have to come back if they're going to have any chance of either winning or tying in this game. In hockey, they do have ties, I guess. I think they play overtime before they give it a tie, like in the NFL. See if I can capture the moon. There it is, the moon. It's Earth's improperly sized, improperly placed moon. Earth's moon is very unusual. It's very much as though it were placed there. You know, we can have total eclipses of the sun, and the moon is sized and located such that it can block out the sun almost completely without really any overlap. It's proportional to the planet, by far the largest moon in the solar system. And scientists are still very unclear as to how it formed. The original idea was accretion disk, I think it's called. But there's been some pushback on that, I think. Anyway, it's an oddly, almost impossibly convenient moon to have. It does all this stuff that we need to have done. It's, you know, just the right size, just the right spot, all that kind of stuff. It's that kind of thing that gets people saying, wow, maybe aliens put the moon there. It's artificially constructed. I don't think we've got any particular cause to think that. But I do think that it's strange. In its convenientness. I mean, it's not evidence for intelligent design. It's not inconsistent with intelligent design, though. The point is, we don't need an alt. But, like, we seem to have very reasonable physical explanations for things like, say, the rings around Saturn, right? An explanation that makes sense intuitively and is a result of processes lasting hundreds of thousands, millions, maybe billions of years, you know. But they still make good intuitive sense and so forth. Have you seen the email asking about your song? No, I haven't. Which song are you asking about? I haven't checked my email in a couple days. Oh yeah, I know what that is. Okay, well, let me delete these ones.
Sorry.
I don't see any email. Yeah, I don't know. Did the moon evolve from apes? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Carrots a vegetable, cooking potato beef soup. Just like cows cook vegetable soup. Well, no, it's ssuartscire. I'll put it down here. How was your shower?
It was nice. How was your live stream?
It was good. Sounded like you were listening to some good music.
Yeah. With the help of you.
You were creating a scenario for how carrot communicates to us because she's a vegetable. Probably by wiggling the green things that come at the top.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like hula dancing. It communicates through the power of motion. A magician never reveals their secrets, so you are lying. There's definitely something there moving, Eric. Magic is real. If you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you. Communication through the power of motion is pretty SE. Yeah, it is pretty SE. I agree. I don't need words. I express myself with motion. I imagine some extroverted intuitor in Hawaii being with to the other Hawaiians like, can we add some adjectives or something to this hula dance? I mean, can we enable prepositional phrases in some fashion? Like, you're not getting the point of this, Eric. I believe it, Carrot. I believe the pineapples are liars. Kay's out of the country. She's in Australia for the next few months.
It's gotta be tough, like, for Jared, because it looks like she's having, like, on the one hand, you want her to have a good time, right? Because that's where she, like, that's one of the reasons why she went.
Right.
But then, like, having a good time without you.
Yeah, well, she's got a bunch of people in Australia, you know?
Yeah.
So, makes sense that she'd, uh, she'd have a good time. And she kind of is an expert at having a good time, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Do you wish I was like that?
No, Rachel. Just because I note somebody else being good at something doesn't mean I want you to be more like them. Well, they're doing it for, in part, healthcare reasons, you know. When she's got a job there working full time, so I guess in Australia that makes you eligible for healthcare
Yeah, as long as you're a citizen.
if
That's
you're a
it.
citizen, yeah.
Yeah. I guess if you're working and a citizen, you get health insurance like right away. I was like, wait, what? Like usually insurance you need like 6 months or something to be there in order to get health insurance, but or like 3 months or whatever. I know there's like usually in the United States like a trial period, but I forgot like in other countries like healthcare is part of your citizenship or part
Yeah,
of what you
they
pay in
must have some kind of
taxes.
single payer thing going on.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what Australia's healthcare is. Yeah, oh yeah, she's got a full time job and is paying taxes and stuff. But it's one of those things where, they you have to renew it every year, and so she'll be working for a few months and she'll have a year's worth of health care. There's something off about the RMBTI type me Reddit on subreddit on Reddit. People basically make posts asking us to type them. Commonly, people are disagreeing with each other so much in the comments. Well, it's because you
Yeah.
can't type people based on things that they self-report in a text thread. You can't type people based on text at all. Maybe you can come to some conclusions about somebody's type if you have a lot of their work product to look at. But I've attempted to type people based on how they engage in the chat before, and it's just not enough information to do a good job. I'm as likely to be wrong as anything else. Still 3-2 here in Calgary, where the Sharks are on defense. The Flames are trying to put up a fourth goal here. All right, well, good to know. Yeah, I imagine that. Regardless, they're doing their things for their reasons, and those reasons are entirely apolitical.
Pretty soon she's only gonna have 2 months left. January's almost over.
It's true.
I mean, what's today, the 30th? Yeah. Like, they're first. So what? Tomorrow's February. She'll be home before we know it, really.
Tomorrow's February, huh?
Mm-hmm. Think so. Yep, February 1st.
Well, we'll be coming up on the Olympics pretty soon.
When is that?
I think starts the 7th of February, maybe.
Oh.
Let me Google it. When do the Olympics start? February 6th through 22nd. But it says some things start on the 4th, which are preliminary rounds of stuff that I guess have a longer schedule than the official schedule of the events.
Mm. Did we see what new sports they put in?
What new sports are there? Ski mountaineering is the only brand new sport debuting.
Mm.
New events in existing sports include women's double luge, mixed team skeleton, dual moguls, women's large hill ski jumping, and team combined in alpine skiing. Mountaineering means going uphill and downhill on your skis.
Oh, interesting.
That should be okay. Have we come up with any new personality typings? No, I don't know what that means exactly, but no, typology remains the same as it has always been. I don't mess around with correct explanations by musing about other possibilities once it's been established that something's correct. I don't like muddying that kind of water. Or I guess I should say, I don't like that kind of muddy in the water. So San Jose is got the empty netter going on here, but Calgary's on the power play, so it's even-handed on both sides right now. There's only a minute and 10 seconds left. San Jose is trying to get a last-minute goal here to tie it up. Calgary takes a shot on the empty net, misses. San Jose gets it to middle of the ice. Calgary takes another shot at the empty net, misses. Now the power play is over with 39 seconds left. San Jose is going to be on a man-up advantage with the empty net here for these last 30 seconds now. Oh, good opportunity, but he missed it. Calgary takes another shot at the open net, misses it. I'm watching hockey. Raxo to 20,000.
Does my phone usage affect our relationship?
No.
Okay, that's good.
We both get absorbed in our stuff, you know?
That's true.
The NHL is approaching the Olympic break. Each team has around 4 or 5 games before the break. Oh.
That'll be fun. What are they predicting? Like, how are they? I wonder how the U.S. team is.
I don't know. Oh. Uh-oh. Just misses the open net. 4 seconds left. Game's over. The Sharks lost. Wah, 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 wah. Well, that's fine. It's only 8:47. I could watch the end of the St. Mary's Gonzaga game. Thanks, Ruben. That's a nice endorsement there. He says, don't make the mistake of buying typing sessions and one of them isn't Eric. I like that. That's nice of you to say. How long did it take some of y'all to fully grasp the MBTI? Canada's government? Right, every other system is not actually explained in any meaningful way. And that you can rely on to use the same reasoning and draw your own conclusions from the same kind of tests and same kind of results, you know. Well, you know. Carbon taxes, schmargin taxes. I believe Rachel may have left the fan on upstairs.
I did.
I'm going to go up there and turn it off.
Okay. I just left it on so that things dry, but it should be dry by now.
Okay. She wanted to de-moisten it.
Yeah.
I've got bad moisture. I'd like to de-moisture.
It's hard when I run into someone who's been typed by you, but then gets typed by someone else who gets a different type. I'm always like encouraging them to talk to you, because I'm like, it's happened before where people get typed by other people and it's different from what Eric gives you. But if you have any questions, you have any doubts, email him, right? Like, you would be open to that.
Yeah, I'm somewhat responsive to those kind of emails. The problem I have is, like, it's hard for me to explain someone else's wrongness.
Okay.
Like, they're wrong for so many reasons and in so many ways, and I'm not obviously deeply familiar with their work.
But what if they had questions just about what I mean, I also do think that it should be close enough to the typing session. I don't know.
And every once in a while, someone else turns out to be right, and I was wrong about them. That's happened before. But that's one reason why, I'm correct in general is because I have a standard that I can check against myself and see that, in fact, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I misapplied it or did a poor job of testing it the first time or something. Whereas by and large, other people don't provide that same kind of thing. Like, it seems like that's kind of an important thing to note that, like, to successfully type people. Oh, this is distracting. I'm glad to hear that, Buddy Cat. Super glad to hear that.
Oh, that is good news.
I asked Shannon how to define the cognitive functions. She said she could talk about it for hours and gave me a vague non-answer. I guess I need to pay a premium for the whole version. Yeah. Yeah. It is TI avoidance and cognitive functions is a good way to be wrong. And lots of people also seem to think that their correctness links to the authoritativeness of their tone. Or that having an authoritative tone is a substitute for actually being correct about things. Well, I mean, listen to how authoritative I am about it. That was Dick Cheney's trick in life, too. He had the most prudent sounding tone in the room. That's my experience from their channel, Fly Guy. Both the free and paid videos. I thought they'd somehow, in all the content, accidentally explain it clearly enough for me to map it in my mind. They should they should begin each video with we've intuited these meanings. Some of them make sense, maybe. Some of them don't. Don't ask us to explain things. I just swiped to another channel. There was some people protesting while wearing dinosaur costumes. What were they protesting? I have to say I'm pleased to hear about the protests in St. Paul, Minneapolis against the ICE shooting. I don't think law enforcement professionals should be shooting people in general. I'm not trying to talk trash, but that's exactly my frustration with them, among others. I guess it boils down to they don't want you to do any intellectual work on the matter. Like if there's nothing to check, that you can't check them, and therefore they can't be wrong. Like if you don't print a use by date, then the food lasts forever. It's kind of like that line of thinking. I saw a guy online say he bought extra chicken tenders because he was late to the movie theater because of vegans protesting on the road while he was driving. We're vegan. We're here. We're protesting deer. Don't eat deer or other meat. Let's go. We're vegan. We're here. We're protesting deer. Don't eat deer or other meat. Let's go. So many typists seem too so fake. I like Eric's authenticity and down to earthness. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I wouldn't scream at them if they're wrong. I would scream at them, get out of the way. I don't care if they're right or wrong, they still need to get out of the way. You wonder what percentage of intuitives that are self typed are actually sensors? I mean, I don't know. I think that in general, intuitives are overtyped by tests and people. But I have no way of knowing something like the percentages. I don't have access to enough of a random sampling of demographics. Obviously, the people who come around here are not representative of population demographics as a whole, because certain types are going to find my kind of content more appealing than others. It's not bad to be a sensor. It's good to be a sensor. It's bad to be intuitive, but it's thought to be cool in some way. Being intuitive, frankly, is often a complete fucking nightmare. Some kind of intuitives less so than others, though. Like ENFJs, ENTJs have an easier time with it with SE third slot. But here I am getting FE rewards, maybe some FI rewards, and I did do some sensing stuff today. I dealt with the trash, so good for me. Ruben helped with that by FEing me into doing it with his $3 donation. Thank you for that, Ruben. A Center's emotional support group. It's called like All of Life. Only certain kinds of sensors are particularly rewarded too, and there's plenty of challenges that sensors face too that intuitives don't, I guess. But like antipolar, for example, seems kind of immune to its own harms.
Yeah, like that's what I was asking about that guy from Try Guys who, like, cheated on his wife and had an interview with a woman who's now like a relationships expert who he was trying to find out why people cheat, even though he like cheated himself. There's no introspection. There's no introspection.
No, I'm not right about that. There are a couple of types of sensors also that are a lot more likely to be interested in typology stuff than others. Like the types that are least likely to be interested in it are your STJs and SFJs, but especially ESFJs. ESTPs, ISTPs, ISFPs are all fairly likely to be interested in, it seems like. But that may again just be like my channel attracts the fraction of those types that are. I have no way of knowing either way. Whatever conclusions I might draw from the data I have access to is likely to be misleading. Regarding demographic questions like that, anyway. LA Olympics boss Casey Wasserman claims he never had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after racy emails he wrote to Ghislaine's Maxwell resurfaced in the DOJ's latest documents. Huh. You know, Putty Cat, you can always just write DOJ. I would know what that was referring to. We got an ad for One Piece at the Gonzaga game. That's weird. Is it a Crunchyroll ad? Just a One Piece basketball hybrid thing? That's weird.
So, San Jose lost.
Yeah. Yeah, we lost. 3-2, I think it was. He upregulated his vocal fry so much he's in tail between the legs mode until he starts getting people like him again. Who is that you're talking about? You're talking about that guy, the Olympics boss? Oh. I see. He increases vocal fry so much because he's in tail between the legs mode until he starts getting people to like him again, but he doesn't realize that everyone sees what he's doing. I see. That's a good explanation of the antipolar there.
What?
What Ruben said about Ned Fulmer, he upregulated his vocal fry so much because he's in tail between the legs mode until he starts getting people to like him again, but he doesn't realize everybody sees what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's like totally antipolar to be like interviewing someone who is a coach for people who deal with infidelity, and like she'll be like, yeah, you know, a lot of times, I don't know, I didn't watch the whole thing because like I can't take it, but like he's like, oh, like during like he's having like moments of realization of what he did during her talking to him, being like, yeah, this is what goes a lot of people go through. He's like, wow, this is really tough for me. Like, duh. I'm like, duh. Like you should know why you should know you cheated. You should know why you cheated. You shouldn't be hearing from an outside like person. But that's how he found out.
Well,
I mean, I like stuff for why a lot.
if in answer to your question, Diarrell, if someone were to try and further typology, where would they go to do work? Well, I think there's some relationship between aspects and the values that I've not been able to particularly figure out the exact specifications of it. But I would say, for example, like you've got an expression of a function in its native aspect. For SI, that's your body telling you information. And in its non-native aspect, it's you're remembering words and other things like that. And how you value a function linked somewhat to the aspects, at least in some slots. Like fourth and fifth is, I've posited that people have the native aspect as an absolute value in the fourth, and the non-native aspect of that function as an absolute value, as a
All right, you can.
as an instrumental value. So, like, for me, I value the physical stuff as an absolute value. I like to get comfortable sometimes and eat food and do all that kind of stuff. But the metaphysical aspect of it is not an absolute value. It's I don't spend time in my memories enjoying recollections of past experiences much. So I also make claim that it's the opposite way with the fifth slot function. So I have ni as an absolute value in terms of like whether or not something resonates as artistically good or not. But I don't have it as an absolute value when it comes to timing on when to pull the trigger. In general, I'm very pull the trigger reverse. Oh. So if there's, and I don't have an articulation of how those different aspects and values work in full for all the function, for all the slots. Nor do I necessarily have an entirely comprehensive uh, explication of how values expressed when I say that they're absolute instrumental and or countervalued, which is always going to be correlated with instrumentality. But not all things that are instrumental are countervalued. Yeah. That people do fall into, we can note commonalities between people with, like people with disparate backgrounds are common with each other, whereas your brother is very different. And you can note how similar two people are and talk about categories of. Well, I'm talking about the value mechanics as they're likely to play out. Like I said, the reason I haven't gotten very far into it is because I don't really know how to validate it. It's too specific for me to figure out how I validate it. The only model I'm using is my own experience as a guide there, and there's no reason to think that necessarily generalizes. So, I mean, I answered your question because it's an interesting question, but it's not me saying it's an advisable path to go down intellectually. There's a reason why I haven't gone down it very much. Rachel, have you been keeping up with Cardi B and Stefan Diggs?
No, I have not.
Well, apparently, Cardi B and Stefan Diggs were caught KISSING.
Oh, really?
I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't really have any idea what's going on with them.
As long as no one's catching you, because KISSING.
Oh no. Just the only person that catch me KSISSING is you. Maybe cats.
Yeah, I kiss you a lot.
I kiss Capio occasionally.
I kiss Capio occasionally too. I'm afraid of trouble.
Yeah, he's a little bit more kiss resistant. Well, the thing about the types also to remember is that personality type explains the half of a person that's not built of their particularist experiences. Half of life is your particularist elements, and half of it is your universal elements. No, kiss like smooch. Which is why it's a bad idea in general to use correlations to type somebody, like to say, oh, ISTPs are more likely to be car mechanics or something. That's mostly gonna it's gonna have as much as often as not is gonna correlate with particularist stuff. Well, like dad was a car mechanic and he taught you how to do it and you followed in the family business. That's not gonna be very revelatory about your type. I gotta bounce, right as this is getting interesting. Fairly well, yes, there is much more to human diversity than 16 types, but they make at least half decent buckets to work from. The only half decent buckets to work from. Every other bucket is going to be misleading in significant ways. If you understand typology correctly, then, like I've said before, it lets you hate correctly. If you're going to hate somebody, you shouldn't hate on things that won't validate. Like I hate you based on your race isn't going to validate because you're going to meet somebody of that race who's super cool and you get along with. If you're like, I hate meow 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 meows, well, there's a decent chance that you really don't like them and are consistently not going to like them. Has Winston's mom been to a Kiss concert? Good question. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible even maybe like Rachel's dad been to a Kiss concert. I doubt it, but it's possible. So St. Mary's has gone ice cold here, down by 4 to Gonzaga early in the second half, midway through the second half. It's been a pretty pleasing live stream. But it's been a real good crash as crashes go from the Adderall last bottle. I feel pretty good, pretty rested. I'm pretty sure your dad thinks Kiss is a joke. I was just thinking it's conceivable he could have done so because his first kid wasn't born until 85. So, you probably wouldn't go to a Kiss show after your kids are born, but I don't think Kiss thought of themselves as a joke. Oh, St. Mary could not hit water if they fell out of a boat. What did Bresky say the other day? It was something, he was looking for some kind of animal in a slot machine. I don't know, it was like a sea otter or something. It said, I couldn't hit a sea otter if I fell into a sea otter manger. I thought, nice use of manger. I like that. So your dad thinks they shouldn't be taken seriously because of how they dress. What about Devo? Do they also not take Devo seriously because of how they dress? I think in general you shouldn't take Kiss very seriously, but I don't think it's because of how they dress. Last concert you went to was David Bowie, huh? I bet that was quite a spectacle. A David Bowie show is kind of like musical theater. Not so much as an Elton John show, maybe, but oh boy, St. Mary's is ice cold. You think he likes Devo, but not sure. I like Devo. I like Big Mess by Devo. It's a good song. It's a big, big mess, but it's all mixed up. It's a big mess. Doo doo doo, big mess. Doo 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 doo, big mess. Yeah, it's really mixed up. Yeah, it's a big mess. Doo 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 doo, big mess. Doo 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 doo. What do I think of typology books? I mean, the ones that have been written already, I don't think very much of them. I haven't read a lot of such books, but I probably find it very frustrating to do so. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, Eric, why don't you write a better book then? Oh, you, and you're putting me in my place. Yeah, a bunch of metaphor. St. Mary's closed the gap to 5 points. Now it's back to 8. Rachel, what is your favorite Milli Vanilli song?
I don't know any. There's that one song that was on the radio, but I don't really know their stuff.
Yeah, I don't really know anything by them either. Didn't they do a cover of Red Red Wine? Or they lip synced a cover of Red Red Wine? I read his Typology book and some of it was really odd. Oh, Red Red Wine was UB40. Okay. Good to know. Just enough intuitive resonance to keep you hooked looking for the answer just around the corner. Yeah, I guess it's good for that purpose. 7-point game now. St. Mary's trying to recapture a little momentum here. Shoots a 3-pointer. It's good. That's going to make it a 4-point game. I think Michael Pierce has a good one, but he hits my NI well. Yeah, I like his NI as well. I like what another majestic INFJ has to say because it's very informed by what I have to say. Gonzaga misses a 3-pointer, gets the rebound, tries another 3-pointer, misses that one too. And it looks like St. Mary's will get the ball. What city is St. Mary's located in? I don't know. I believe it's in Washington State somewhere. Milli Vanilli got caught as lip syncers. Yes, they did.
Oh, that's what they're.
Well, I haven't watched him in a long, long time, but I remember watching his early videos and finding them soothing or pleasing or something, but not necessarily super informative. I was at Mary's in California. Oh, where? Let's Google it. Where is St. Mary's? In California, it's located in Moraga in the San Francisco Bay Area. Huh.
But it says St. Mary's is in universities in San Antonio.
Yeah, but not the one that's playing on TV.
Oh, I see.
The one that's playing on TV is this one.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Around the corner is more bakery. Yeah. That's true. Alright, well, let's settle in to watch the rest of this game. It's looking like it might be pretty close finish here. I think I should get some socks and put them on. My feet are getting a little chilly. So let's do it, guys. Let's go get some socks. Let's put them on our feet. Let's really thrive for the first time in our lives. But first, let's watch the cat eat. Here we are, eating food. Just me and the cat and you guys. We're petting the cat. We're watching him eat. Petting the cat. Watching him eat. Together. We're gonna watch him eat. You and I together. We're gonna put our feet into socks whenever we go and get them from our room. You and I forever. You and together. Well, isn't this exciting? He's eating like a real world-class eater.
I think you're a world-class guy.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
So yeah, you get this level of excitement here on Talking to Famous People. Sometimes it's a little more exciting than this, but usually not. I mean, earlier when I was taking the trash out, obviously that was pretty exciting. That was the kind of excitement that nobody can deny. It's got so much dandruff. You need to use cat Head and Shoulders. Well, I guess he's done eating now. Are you going outside or are you drinking water? Usually when he's done eating, he needs to either go outside afterwards or he wants water. In this instance, he wants to go outside. Alright, let's go get socks. Sometimes called the pants of your feet. All right, I got some socks going here.
You're my socks.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
I guess that makes you my feet.
Thanks. I love your feet.
There we go. Sock number 1. And sock number 2.
Nicely done.
Yeah, thanks. That's why I won 2026's Achievement in the Field of Socks.
Aww.
St. Mary's inbounding the ball here. We're down by 6 points. Takes a 3-point shot, gets blocked. Zaga gets up and down the floor quickly, misses the layup. 6 minutes, 36 seconds left. St. Mary's 19-3. Gonzaga 21-1. ENFJ is the uniter. So it looks like St. Mary's drew a foul. The Seer. Oh, St. Mary's misses the free throw. I think we'll watch this game together. The caretaker and the nurturer are different. The Gatsby. That's your term for INFJ, the Gatsby. Wow. Gonzaga defense is frenetic. Mysterious, cool looking outsider on a track for destruction. Is that the INFJ? What type was Winston Churchill? Personally, I think he was an ENTP. I doubt he's trying to bug you, Winston's mom. I'm very confident that's an authentic mistake. That would be a really subtle, passive aggressive way to try to bug somebody. The Gadsby. Gadsby's a good name. I like it.
That's accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bad pass. 5-point game, but they just gave up a turnover to Gonzaga, who converts back to being a 7-point game. Well, St. Mary's, you're going to really have to put through an effort to shine here at the end of the game.
Well,
Nice shot. What? No foul? No goal. They called an offensive foul? Really? I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. So we got a few minutes left in the game, a few minutes left in the stream. And as always, I greatly appreciate everybody who's here. Providing our community experience in life, you know. I really like this Ben Syverson guy. He makes great videos on like ancient math problems, understanding the way in which the olden days mathematicians, like the ancient Greeks, did math is so interesting. It's all geometry first, and indeed, like algebra is a numerical representation of things, or variable representation of things that follows from geometry. It's not. It doesn't come before it as it does in math. In fact, all of math follows from this geometry that the ancient Greeks did. It's just that, like, back then they did everything in terms of ratios. Like, and if you like square something, it actually is because it makes a square. Okay, and if you cube something, it's because it makes a cube in this weird geometric kind of math, you know. How is that an offensive foul? How is that an offensive foul? That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. I've been watching a lot of lock-picking lawyers. Very interesting to see a skilled locksmith. I bet. That sounds kind of interesting. The strategizer. INTJ. Full of strategy. It's a 7-point game here at Gonzaga. And crowd's going wild. I think it's fair to say that everybody who goes to Gonzaga loves their basketball team. The whole stadium is shaking. No, it all went into the shitter. I've been in the dumps about it. I'm sorry to hear that, show media. I know that when things don't go as we plan and hope in life, it can be very much demoralizing. 3:51 left here. Gonzaga's got a 7-point lead and the ball, I believe. It was a psychotic, dramatic mess. Huh. Show media is like the Steve Billings guy for Eric, and I'm here for it. Also, sorry to hear that. Yeah, thanks for your Steve Billings-esqueness, show media. Well, Gonzaga fumbled the ball away out of bounds. And I would probably advise not listening to G about that. Looks like St. Mary's picked up the foul. We're going to have 2 shots here from the free throw line. Because I questioned the correct rent price, it was a stabilized unit. Long crazy story, the landlord was famous for being a scumbag. Alright, you have a good night too, Diarrell. You do too. Did you ask her how much money she would take to stand on her head and spit nickels in her underwear in front of a football team? Probably they didn't ask that, I'm guessing. I'm no expert on askings, but it seems an unlikely thing for them to have asked. $3:19 left in the game. Still a 7-point lead. Mark Few is saying, think to his team, to his players. 3-pointer by St. Mary's off the mark. Another miss by St. Mary's, who cannot find the basket at all. Piao missed by Gonzaga on a 3-pointer. Terrible break. Didn't even hit the rim. Now another 3-pointer by St. Mary's, off the mark again. St. Mary's problem is very simple. They cannot shoot the basketball. Stephen Croman, huh? Well, I'm sorry to hear you ran afoul of that guy. What's going on with Gretzky today? I see Vegas completely changed slot jackpots 8 hours ago. I do like to watch my daily Gretzky. He's very reliable. He posts every single day of him gambling thousands of dollars. It's crazy to think about. Down by 7, 2 minutes left. St. Mary's looking for some room to score here. Really struggling, not just against the defense, though they are doing that, but just also struggling to make any shots in general. Of course, the end of a basketball game takes a very long time to conclude, and this one is no exception. But I feel like I'm invested enough to watch the end of it now.
I need help. Maybe a pole could help.
What do you need help with?
Well, I need to know black, olive green, and gray. Out of those three, which two?
Pick two: black, olive green, or gray.
Out of those three, the two.
Okay, well, you want me to put a poll up? I could, but
I don't know how to word it.
I don't think you can pick two, can you?
I don't think you can. It would have to be like all the types. That could be red and green. I mean black.
Or there's gonna be more than 4 choices.
Olive green and so out of the three, so the options are olive green, gray, and black. What two colors out of the three should I get?
Olive green and gray. What are you getting?
I can't tell.
Oh, okay. Olive green and gray.
Okay, olive green is, we have one vote.
I'll vote for gray.
Okay.
Olive green and black, says Fly Guy. Black colors matter. Now it's a 10-point game. It's looking like Gonzaga is gonna take this away. The green and the gray are too close.
Well, the olive green. It's actually like the black is closer to. Okay. Yeah. That'll help.
I'll let you deal with this question here. I should make this lower.
Don't look.
Okay.
This color, and this. Oops. These three. So I'm choosing from this, or this. The three. I'm 2 out of 3. So 2 out of 3. Light gray and black. Gray and the green. I was thinking gray and green too. Because like Eric doesn't wear too much black. I feel like you can't go wrong with black. But the green is, see, this is the green, and that's pretty dark too. But what do you think? Black and green or gray and green? Okay, I'm gonna do the. What do you guys think? Gray and green. I'm thinking gray and green. Okay, cool. Green and gray. It's done. Thank you for your help. I'm picking out Valentine's gifts for Eric. And I wanted to get him sweatpants, but it's difficult. Hoodies are a lot easier. I did. I looked for see, he likes these Puma sweatpants because they don't fall down. Like a lot of sweatpants they fall down. And that's the problem. I was thinking about getting him heart socks. That might be a fun thing. Now I'm thinking heart socks. Heart socks for men.
Well, it looks as though this game's over. Yeah, I don't think I'm well suited for a phone. All right, well, I think I'm going to wrap this up. You ready? Okay. I love you all. We'll see you again tomorrow. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.